Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient oak at Bag End had stood for centuries, its gnarled roots plunging deep into the rich Shire soil, its branches reaching towards stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. But it was not until the night of the new moon in the 111th year of Bilbo Baggins' life that the tree finally revealed its secret. Bilbo sat on his favorite bench beneath the oak, pipe in hand, watching the last light of day fade from the western sky. Age had bent his back and silvered his hair, but his eyes remained as bright and curious as they had been on that fateful morning when 13 dwarves and a wizard had turned his orderly life upside down. The adventures that followed had changed him forever, leaving him with a perpetual thirst for knowledge and mystery that even his advancing years could not quench. As darkness enveloped the garden, Bilbo noticed something peculiar. A soft blue luminescence emanated from between the roots of the old oak, pulsing gently like the heartbeat of some slumbering beast. Setting aside his pipe, he approached cautiously, knees creaking in protest. "Well now, what have we here?" he murmured, running his fingers along the glowing crevice. "You've been keeping secrets, old friend." The light intensified at his touch, and suddenly the ground beneath him shifted. Roots parted like curtains, revealing a shimmering archway of pure starlight. Ancient elvish runes adorned the arch, their meaning clear to Bilbo's educated eye. Anan Ithil, the Moon Gate. Gandalf never mentioned this. Bilbo chuckled, excitement overwhelming caution as he stepped forward. But then, wizards do love their secrets. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world around him dissolved. He felt himself falling, floating, flying through an endless twilight realm where distances meant nothing and time itself seemed to hold its breath. When the sensation subsided, Bilbo found himself standing in a vast circular chamber with countless doorways lining its walls, each shimmering with a different hue. "The crossroads of the realms," came a voice like the rustling of autumn leaves. Bilbo whirled around to face a tall, slender elf woman with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Her simple grey garments seemed to shift and change as she moved like mist upon water. "Galadwin of Lorien," she introduced herself with a slight bow. Or rather, formally of Lorien. "I abandoned my post as Guardian of the Paths centuries ago." "Bilbo Baggins of the Shire," he replied with a courteous nod. Formerly of everywhere and nowhere in particular." A smile ghosted across her ageless face. "I know who you are, ring-bearer. The paths remember all who have altered the great tapestry of fate." "Ring-bearer," Bilbo echoed, his hand unconsciously moving to his waistcoat pocket, where once had rested a simple gold band of terrible power. "A title I would rather forget. But what is this place? I've lived at Bag End for decades and never noticed any magical doorways in my garden." "The Garden of Forgotten Paths reveals itself only to those it chooses, and only when the need is greatest," Galadwin explained, gesturing to the doorways surrounding them. "We, These passages connect all the great realms of Middle-earth, pathways woven into the very fabric of creation by the Weaver at the dawn of time. The Weaver. Bilbo's scholarly interest was piqued. An entity older than the Valar themselves, she whispered, glancing nervously at the shadows between the doorways. The architect of destiny, but we haven't time for history lessons. The paths are failing, and darkness creeps in through the cracks. As if summoned by her words, a terrible shriek echoed through the chamber. From one of the darkened doorways emerged a creature of nightmare, neither beast nor man, but a writhing mass of shadow with gleaming red eyes and claws that tore at reality itself. "Shadow stalkers," Galadwin hissed, drawing a slender blade that glowed with inner light. And that they found another entrance. Without thinking, Bilbo drew Sting from its scabbard at his hip. The old elvish blade, which had saved him countless times before, glowed with a fierce blue light in the presence of evil. "I may be old," he declared, settling into a fighting stance that made his joints protest, "but I still remember how to use this." Together, they drove the creature back through the doorway from which it came. As the Shadow Stalker retreated, howling in fury, Galadwin sealed the passage with a word of power that made the air crackle. "That will hold for now," she said grimly, "but more will come. The barriers between worlds grow thin." "Why?" Bilbo asked, sheathing Sting with hands that trembled not from fear, but from the exertion. "What's happening to this place?" Galadwin's eyes filled with sorrow. "The magic of the elves is leaving Middle-earth. As it fades, so too do the paths, and when they fail completely, the Shadow Stalkers will pour through into every connected realm simultaneously. No army could stand against such an assault." "And what does this have to do with me?" Bilbo asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer. "The paths have chosen you, Bilbo Baggins. Only you can reach the heart of the labyrinth, where the Weaver dwells. Only you can convince him to restore what is breaking. Me? I'm just an old hobbit with creaky knees and too many birthdays behind me." "You are far more than that," Galadwin said firmly. "You were the first ring-bearer to give up the ring willingly. Your courage against Smaug, your compassion for your enemies, your unwavering spirit, these are the qualities the Weaver seeks." Bilbo sighed deeply, feeling the weight of destiny settle once more upon his shoulders. "I suppose adventures never really end, do they? They just wait patiently for you to catch your breath before sweeping you away again." Together, they set forth into the labyrinth, choosing paths that glowed with gentle gold light, the safest routes, according to Galadwin. They walked through doorways that led impossibly from snow-capped mountains to sunlit meadows, from ancient forests to forgotten ruins, each step covering leagues in the world outside. Along the way, they encountered wonders and terrors in equal measure. Crystal caverns, where memories hung like fruit, ripe for the plucking. Shadowy corridors where whispers of long-dead kings echoed endlessly. Gardens of stone where statues wept real tears for civilizations long turned to dust. They were not alone in their journey. Shadow stalkers pursued them relentlessly, forcing detours through increasingly dangerous regions of the labyrinth. In a passage resembling the dark depths of Mirkwood, they were aided by a company of wood elves led by none other than Legolas, son of Thranduil, who had entered the paths seeking answers to troubling dreams. "The shadows grow in all realms," Legolas confirmed, after greeting Bilbo with warm surprise. "Even Erebor has reported strange occurrences, corridors that weren't there before, leading to places unknown." In the plains of memory, where ghostly reenactments of great battles played out eternally, they encountered Gimli, son of Glóin, who had stumbled into the paths while exploring an uncharted cavern beneath the glittering caves. "Wherever this weaver hides, we'll find him," the dwarf declared, hefting his axe. And no maze can confound the directional sense of the dwarves. Despite Gimli's confidence, finding the center of the labyrinth proved challenging. The paths shifted constantly, responding to the thoughts and memories of those who walked them. It was Bilbo who finally realized the truth. "We're thinking about this all wrong," he announced, as they reached yet another crossroads. "We're trying to find a physical center, but this place isn't bound by physical laws. The center is wherever the weaver wishes it to be." Closing his eyes, Bilbo thought not of destinations or directions, but of purpose, of balance, of the delicate interweaving of all things. When he opened his eyes again, a new doorway stood before them, shimmering with colors beyond description. Beyond the doorway lay a chamber that seemed to contain the universe itself. Stars wheeled overhead, and beneath their feet swirled the patterns of all existence, every life, every choice, every possibility, woven into an infinite tapestry of breathtaking complexity. At the center sat a figure impossible to describe, for it shifted constantly between forms, sometimes appearing as an ancient elf, sometimes as a young human child, sometimes as creatures Bilbo had no names for. Only the hands remained constant, graceful, precise, eternally weaving. "Weaver," Galadwin called, her voice echoing strangely in the cosmic chamber. "We come seeking your aid." "The paths are failing, I know," replied the weaver in a voice that was simultaneously a whisper and a symphony. "They fail because the song changes, the elves depart, the age of men begins, the pattern must be rewoven." "But the shadow stalkers," Bilbo began, "are part of the pattern too," the weaver interrupted. "Destruction and creation, darkness and light. All necessary threads." Bilbo stepped forward, drawing himself up to his full height. "With all due respect, I've faced enough evil in my lifetime to know that some threads tarnish the entire tapestry. If these creatures invade the realms of Middle-earth, countless innocent lives will be lost." The weaver's ever-changing face regarded him curiously. "And what would you suggest, Bilbo Baggins of the Shire? Let me add my thread to your work," Bilbo said quietly. "One last adventure to ensure peace for those I leave behind." Understanding dawned on Galadwin's face. "Bilbo, no, the sacrifice is mine to make," he finished firmly. "I've lived a full life, longer than any hobbit has a right to expect. Let my final chapter mean something." The weaver extended a hand. "Come then, ring-bearer, let us see what pattern your thread creates." With a last smile at his companions, Bilbo stepped forward and placed his hand in the weaver's. Light exploded around him, filling him with the wisdom of ages and the burning energy of creation itself. Through eyes suddenly vast as galaxies, he saw the entirety of the pattern, past, present, and all possible futures. With newfound power, he reached into the fabric of reality and began to weave. Strand by strand, he reinforced the paths, binding them with the essence of his own indomitable spirit, his courage, his wonder, his endless curiosity, his capacity for joy and forgiveness. As the final strand fell into place, Bilbo Baggins, the most remarkable hobbit in the history of Middle-earth, smiled one last time and dissolved into pure light, becoming an eternal part of the pattern he had saved. In the gardens of Bag End, the ancient oak stood silent beneath the stars. At its base, a small plaque appeared, bearing words in both common and elvish script. "Here begins the path of Bilbo Baggins, who walked from his garden into legend." And beneath the mighty boughs, on certain nights when the moon is new and the stars burn bright with memory, Those with pure hearts and adventurous spirits might still glimpse a shimmering doorway between the roots, a doorway to realms of wonder beyond imagining, forever guarded by the spirit of a hobbit who discovered that the greatest adventures of all are those that lead us home. Story 2. The last light of autumn gilded the rolling hills of Hobbiton as shadows lengthened across the land. Within the warm confines of Bag End, Bilbo Baggins sat surrounded by ancient scrolls and weathered tomes, quill in hand, capturing the melodies of forgotten ages. Years had passed since his adventure with Thorin Oakenshield, yet the memories burned bright as ever in his mind, fueling his passion for preserving the songs and tales of Middle-earth. The gentle scratching of his quill ceased at the sound of a heavy knock upon his round green door. 3 thunderous raps echoed through the smile, too forceful to be a hobbit's hand. Bilbo's heart quickened. Such knocks had once heralded the arrival of 13 dwarves and 1 wizard, forever changing the course of his life. "Coming, coming," he muttered, setting aside his work and shuffling toward the entrance. Upon opening the door, Bilbo found not a company of dwarves, but a solitary figure slumped against the frame. Blood-matted beard, torn traveling cloak, and labored breath spoke of a desperate journey. The dwarf's eyes, clouded with pain, found Bilbo's face and sparked with recognition. "Master Baggins," he wheezed, clutching at a leather satchel, Durin's beard. "I've found you at last." Before Bilbo could respond, the dwarf collapsed across the threshold. With strength belying his small stature, Bilbo dragged the unconscious visitor inside. It took considerable effort to settle the dwarf before the hearth where flames danced merrily. Oblivious to the grim scene they illuminated, hours passed before the dwarf's eyes fluttered open. "Thrain," he croaked, pressing the satchel into Bilbo's hands. "Son of Valin, at your service. Bilbo Baggins, at yours and your family's," the hobbit replied automatically, though concern creased his brow. "You're badly wounded, Master Thrain. I've sent for a healer." "No time," Thrain interrupted, his breath shallow. "The strings, you must find them." The Song of Dawn must be played at Belegost when the winter solstice moon rises. With trembling hands, Thrain opened the satchel, revealing an object that drew a gasp from Bilbo's lips. A harp of mithril lay within, its frame crafted with such delicate artistry that it seemed spun from moonlight rather than metal. Ancient runes traced its curves, glowing faintly with an inner light. But where strings should have been, only 3 remained of what appeared to be 7. "The harp of Durin," Thrain whispered reverently. "Forged in the First Age by Telchar himself, it was thought lost in the fall of Nogrod, until I found it in forgotten chambers deep beneath the Blue Mountains." Alongside the harp lay a map, its edges burnt and portions missing. Complex dwarven runes marked locations across Middle-earth, connected by lines of silver that shimmered in the firelight. "The missing strings," Thrain continued, each word clearly costing him great effort, "scattered across the kingdoms, safeguarded until the time of greatest need. You alone can retrieve them, Master Baggins." "Me?" Bilbo protested. "Surely a dwarf lord or an elven king." "No!" Thrain clutched Bilbo's sleeve with surprising strength. "The prophecy is clear. When darkness rises anew, neither dwarf lord nor elven king shall wake the guardians of stone. Only he who carries starlight in humble hands shall play the dawn song." The dwarf's eyes burned with feverish intensity. "You who faced the dragon, you who walked unseen, you who gave up a king's ransom for peace. The harp has chosen you." Before Bilbo could voice further objections, Thrain shuddered, his grip loosening. "Find Morwen of the Dundane in the weathered pass. She will guide you to the first string." With these words, life fled from Thrain, son of Valin, leaving Bilbo alone with an impossible task and a broken harp of legend. The weathered pass cut between 2 peaks of the Misty Mountains like a wound never fully healed. Wind howled through the narrow corridor of stone, carrying with it the memory of ancient battles. Bilbo pulled his elven cloak tighter, grateful for its warmth as he picked his way carefully along the treacherous path. 3 days he had waited after Thrain's burial, hoping the mysterious task would fall to another. But each night the harp had sung to him in dreams, melodies so profound they brought tears to his sleeping eyes. On the 4th morning, he had packed his traveling bag, strapped Sting to his hip, and set out eastward with the mithril harp secured across his back. A shadow detached itself from the rock face ahead, causing Bilbo to draw Sting in one fluid motion. The blade glowed faintly, not the bright blue that signaled orcs, but a subtle luminescence suggesting something not entirely natural. "Do you draw steel quickly for one who claims to prefer books to battles?" came a voice, like mountain streams over stone. A tall figure stepped into view, clad in worn leather armor adorned with silver tracings. Dark hair framed a weathered face, in which keen grey eyes gleamed. Though unmistakably human, something in her bearing spoke of ancient bloodlines. "Morwen of the Dunedain," Bilbo ventured, lowering Sting slightly. The woman inclined her head, her appraising gaze never leaving the hobbit. "And you must be the halfling Thrain spoke of. I had expected someone taller." Despite the circumstances, Bilbo chuckled. "I've grown quite accustomed to that particular disappointment." Something like amusement flickered across Morwen's stern features. "The disappointment is mine, alone to bear. Come, night brings the night hunters to these passes, and even your enchanted blade would find little purchase against such foes." She led him to a hidden cleft in the mountainside, revealing a small cave where a fire burned without smoke. As they settled beside the flames, Morwen studied the mithril harp Bilbo carefully removed from its wrappings. "The heartstring harp," she whispered, using a name different from Thrain's. "And my people have stories of its power, how Durin's bard played it during the darkest days of the First Age, awakening the Stone Guardians to defend Belegost against Morgoth's forces." "Thrain called it the Harp of Durin," Bilbo noted. "Many names for one truth," Morwen replied cryptically. "Just as you are called both burglar and scholar, hero and homebody." Bilbo's cheeks colored slightly. "I'm afraid Thrain was mistaken in his choice." "I'm just a hobbit with a talent for getting into trouble." Morwen's expression hardened. "The dying rarely waste breath on mistakes, Master Baggins. Thrain chose you because the prophecies demanded it, and because no dwarf can complete this task." At Bilbo's questioning look, she continued, "The first string lies in Rivendell, bound within the Fountain of Remembrance. For a dwarf to take, it would violate ancient treaties. The second is hidden in the Barrow Downs, guarded by spirits who despise all dwarves for old transgressions. The third lies in Fangorn Forest, where no dwarf has been welcomed since the Dark Days." "And the fourth?" Bilbo asked. Morwen's eyes grew distant. "The fourth is kept by my people, to be gifted only to one who proves worthy through deeds rather than birthright." Before they could speak further, an unearthly howl pierced the night. Morwen extinguished the fire with a swift movement, plunging them into darkness. "Night hunters," she whispered, drawing her sword, a blade that seemed to absorb what little light remained. "They have caught our scent." Through the cave's narrow entrance, Bilbo glimpsed them, tall, emaciated figures with elongated limbs that moved with unnatural grace. Their skin glowed faintly silver in the moonlight, beautiful and terrible. Where eyes should have been, only smooth skin stretched across their faces, yet they turned unerringly toward the cave. "What are they?" Bilbo breathed, transfixed by their alien grace. "Elves once," Morwen answered grimly. "Corrupted during the First Age by Morgoth's malice, They hunt by sound and essence rather than sight, tracking the music of souls themselves. Can we fight them? Not, and survive. Our only hope is to mask our essence. Morwen reached into a pouch at her belt, withdrawing what appeared to be grey dust. Silent ash, gathered from the slopes of dead volcanoes. It muffles the song of life for a time. She sprinkled the ash over herself and Bilbo, who suppressed a sneeze as the substance settled. The effect was immediate, a curious emptiness, as though a constant background hum he'd never noticed had suddenly ceased. For hours, they remained motionless as night hunters prowled outside, occasionally emitting haunting cries that seemed to pluck at Bilbo's very being. Just before dawn, the creatures retreated, melting into the mountain shadows. "They serve a master," Morwen said as they cautiously emerged. "Someone has learned of our quest and seeks to prevent it." Why? What happens if we succeed in gathering the strings and playing this dawn song? Morwen gazed eastward, where the first light of day spilled over distant peaks. The stone guardians awaken, ancient defenders crafted by All himself during the shaping of Arda. But more than this, the Song of Dawn has the power to remake reality itself, to restore what was broken in the world's music. Bilbo's hand unconsciously moved to the harp. And in the wrong hands. It could unmake just as easily as restore. Morwen's eyes met his, grave as mountain stone. "This is no simple treasure hunt, Master Baggins. Each string you gather will attune itself to your essence, your intent. The song you eventually play will reflect not just the notes, but the heart that guides them." Understanding dawned on Bilbo like the rising sun. This was why Thrain had chosen him, not for his skill with blade or song, but for the choices he had made when faced with power beyond measure. He had held the One Ring for decades, yet surrendered it willingly. He had claimed a 14th share of Erebor's treasure, but traded it for peace. "Then we'd best ensure my heart remains true," he said with quiet determination. "To Rivendell first, you said." A ghost of a smile touched Morwen's lips. "Indeed." "And Master Baggins, the road grows darker with each string we gather. The night hunters are merely the first guardians we will face." Bilbo patted Sting's hilt and squared his shoulders. "Well then, as a very wise wizard once told me, the world is not in your books and maps, it's out there." He gestured toward the path ahead. "And it seems it's waiting for us to save it." Again, as they set forth toward Rivendell, the mithril harp hummed softly against Bilbo's back, its 3 remaining strings vibrating in harmony with something ancient and powerful awakening across Middle-earth, something that had slumbered since the First Age, patiently awaiting the hand that would play the Song of Dawn and reshape the very fabric of creation. Story 3. Fire consumed the world around him. Magnificent tapestries that had adorned the halls of Erebor for generations blackened and crumbled to ash in seconds. Golden light reflected off mountains of treasure, casting twisted shadows across carved stone as a voice like thunder shook the very foundations of the mountain. "Thief in the shadows." Bilbo Baggins awoke with a strangled cry, sheets tangled around his legs and nightshirt damp with sweat. Moonlight spilled through the circular window of his bedroom in Bag End, illuminating familiar surroundings that did little to dispel the lingering terror of his dream. Trembling fingers reached for the glass of water on his bedside table, spilling half its contents before reaching his lips. "Just a dream," he whispered to the empty room. "Just the same old dream." But it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, one that had haunted him for decades since his encounter with Smaug the Magnificent, though the great dragon had fallen long ago. Pierced by Bard's black arrow, his presence still burned bright in Bilbo's mind, especially in recent months as the nightmares increased in both frequency and intensity. Outside, The pre-dawn chorus of birds began their daily symphony across the peaceful hills of Hobbiton. Knowing sleep would not return, Bilbo wrapped himself in his favorite dressing gown and padded to his study. A fire burned low in the hearth, never fully extinguished even in summer months since his return from the lonely mountain. Some wounds, it seemed, ran too deep to ever fully heal, like the constant chill that had settled in his bones since facing a dragon's wrath. The study walls had long since disappeared behind towering bookshelves filled with volumes collected over decades, gifts from elven scholars, rare manuscripts acquired from passing travelers, ancient texts sent by Balin from Erebor's restored libraries. Bilbo's questing fingers found what they sought without conscious thought, a leather folder containing correspondence from the Blue Mountains, delivered by a weather-worn dwarf 3 days prior. Reports of tremors beneath the ancient halls of Belagost, mysterious lights seen dancing along forgotten mine shafts, and whispers, terrible whispers, of something vast awakening in the deepest caverns. Vornathrix, Bilbo murmured, the name feeling like smoke on his tongue. Most dismissed the rumors as minors, superstitions, or perhaps some natural phenomenon, but Bilbo knew better. He had felt the ground-shaking footfalls of a dragon, had smelled the distinctive sulphurous aroma of dragon fire, had looked into the ancient, calculating eyes of a being that measured its life in millennia rather than years. Another dragon was awakening, and the kingdoms of dwarves and men were already mobilizing to destroy it. On his desk lay open an ancient elvish manuscript, its delicate pages covered in flowing script and intricate diagrams. He had discovered it quite by accident the previous winter, tucked between more imposing tomes in a dusty corner of his collection. Its contents had seemed fanciful at first. Legends of beings older than Arda itself, dark powers that had existed before the coming of the Valar, sealed away through great sacrifice during the formation of Middle-earth. But one passage had caught his attention during last night's reading, and so it was decreed that the great worms, eldest children of Arda's first flame, would stand eternal vigil over the seven seals. Their fire, drawn from the world's first dawn, alone holds power to maintain the ancient bindings. Should the last of the guardians fall, the seals shall weaken, and that which waits beyond shall return to unmake all that is made. Beside this passage was an illustration of 7 dragons, each curled protectively around a stone dais. 6 of the daises were shattered, their guardians fallen. Only one remained intact, its dragon rendered in faded gold ink that still somehow caught the light with uncanny brilliance. Beneath it was written a single word, Vornathrix. "Uncle, are you well?" Frodo's concerned voice pulled Bilbo from his contemplation. His young nephew stood in the doorway, sleep still clinging to his eyes, but concern evident in his expression. "Another nightmare?" Frodo asked, entering the study to stoke the dying fire. "The same one," Bilbo admitted. But perhaps not without purpose this time. He explained his discoveries, watching as Frodo's expression shifted from sleepy concern to focused attention. Unlike others who humored old Bilbo's fancies, Frodo listened with genuine interest, asking insightful questions about the manuscript and its implications. "So this dragon, Vornathrix, isn't a threat, but a protector," Frodo clarified, studying the ancient illustration. "If these texts are to be believed," Bilbo said, "killing him would be catastrophic. Yet King Dain and the Lords of Dale are already gathering forces to do exactly that." Frodo's eyes widened. "You must warn them." "I've tried," Bilbo sighed, gesturing to a stack of letters. "Messengers dispatched to Erebor, Dale, even the Elven realms. All returned with polite dismissals or worse, no response at all. A flash of the old Bilbo, the one who had outwitted trolls and riddled with dragons, sparked in his eyes, which leaves only one option. "You can't possibly mean to go yourself?" Frodo exclaimed. "Who better?" Bilbo countered, his decision crystallizing even as he spoke. "I've faced a dragon before and lived to tell the tale." "Few others can make that claim." "Then I'm coming with you," Frodo declared. Bilbo shook his head firmly. "No, my boy. The Shire needs you here, but you can help by continuing my research. There must be more information about these seals, something that might convince the kingdoms to stand down if my words alone prove insufficient." 3 days later, Bilbo Baggins, equipped with Sting at his hip, mithril shirt beneath his travel clothes, and provisions for a long journey, slipped away from Bag End before dawn. The familiar weight of adventure settled across his shoulders, simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. He was older now, certainly, with silver threading his once auburn hair and lines etching his face, but his feet remained steady and his mind sharp. The journey to the Blue Mountains took him through lands both familiar and strange. He avoided the main roads where dwarf messengers and human merchants might recognize the eccentric hobbit of Bag End. Instead, he traversed hidden paths remembered from elven maps, ancient trackways that wound through forgotten corners of the land. It was along one such path, where ancient oaks formed a natural archway over a stream glittering with morning light, that Bilbo first encountered her. She sat perched on a moss-covered stone, seemingly engaged in conversation with a red fox that darted away at Bilbo's approach. Her features betrayed her mixed heritage. The delicate points of her ears and luminous quality of her skin spoke of elven blood, while the robust practicality of her traveling clothes and the weathered leather of her boots suggested mortal lineage. "Bilbo Baggins," she said, her voice melodious yet somehow ancient, like wind through ruins. "The barrel rider comes again to face a dragon." Bilbo's hand instinctively moved to Sting's hilt. "You have me at a disadvantage, my lady." A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "I am Elwing, though that name will mean little to you." She rose gracefully, revealing a height taller than most humans, yet shorter than true elves. "We share a destination, Ring-bearer." "Former Ring-bearer," Bilbo corrected automatically, though suspicion colored his tone. "And how would you know my destination? The awakening of Vonathrix reverberates through more than stone," Elwing replied cryptically. "Those with ears to hear have been listening. Those with eyes to see have been watching." "And which are you?" Bilbo asked. "Both. Neither." Her gaze shifted to something distant. "I am the last of those sworn to watch the Watchers. When the final guardian stirs, my oath demands I stand witness." Despite lingering doubts, Bilbo found himself accepting Elwing's companionship. Something in her manner, perhaps the shadow of ancient sorrow that occasionally darkened her features, or the quiet certainty with which she spoke of things long forgotten, convinced him of her sincerity, if not her complete honesty. Together they journeyed westward, their unlikely partnership drawing curious glances in the rare instances they passed through populated areas. Along the way, Elwing revealed fragments of lore that expanded upon Bilbo's discoveries, tales of the First Age, when darkness beyond comprehension had nearly consumed the nascent world, of sacrifices made by beings whose names had been deliberately struck from history. "The Seven were not always guardians," she told him one evening, as they camped beneath a canopy of stars. "They were conquerors once, proud and terrible. Their redemption came at great cost." "And you," Bilbo ventured, "what is your connection to all this?" Moonlight caught in Elwing's eyes, reflecting like silver pools. "My ancestor made a choice during the final battle against the Outer Dark." A choice that saved the world, but doomed his line to eternal vigilance. Her hand unconsciously moved to a pendant hanging at her throat, a simple silver disc inscribed with symbols similar to those in Bilbo's manuscript. I am the last of that line. As they approached the Blue Mountains, signs of military preparation became impossible to ignore. Columns of dwarven warriors marched along the main roads, their armor gleaming in the sun. Camps of men from Dale and Esgaroth sprawled across formerly peaceful valleys. The air hummed with anticipation of battle. "We're too late," Bilbo muttered, as they observed the gathering forces from a hidden vantage point. "They're already preparing the assault." "Not too late," Elwing countered, "but our path forward narrows. We must reach Vornathrix before they do." How? The main approaches will be heavily guarded. A secretive smile curved Elwing's lips. Dragons do not rely on doors made by dwarves or men. She led him to a narrow ravine hidden behind a waterfall, its entrance obscured by decades of overgrowth. The passage beyond descended steeply, its walls adorned with carvings more ancient than any Bilbo had encountered, depicting beings of light locked in eternal combat with formless shadows. "The old way," Elwing explained, "carved when the mountains were young and dragons still communed with the firstborn." The passage eventually opened into a vast cavern illuminated by an unearthly blue-green light emanating from crystalline formations embedded in the walls. At its center lay a perfectly circular pool of still water, its surface reflecting the crystalline ceiling like a flawless mirror. The air here felt charged, as if lightning had recently struck nearby. "We've entered Vornathrix's sanctum," Elwing whispered, her usual confidence giving way to reverent awe, the heart of the final seal. No sooner had she spoken than the surface of the pool began to ripple. Steam rose in lazy spirals as the water heated from below. Bilbo felt his heart hammering against his ribs, memories of Smaug threatening to overwhelm his courage. From the depths emerged a creature both familiar and utterly foreign to Bilbo's experience. Like Smaug, Vornathrix was a dragon of immense proportions. But where Smaug had been red gold like flame, this ancient guardian gleamed with scales of deepest sapphire and silver. His eyes, when they fixed upon the intruders, held not the malice and greed Bilbo remembered, but something far more complex: recognition, resignation, and bone-deep weariness. "Or so," rumbled a voice that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly within Bilbo's chest. "The powers send a halfling and a half-elf to witness the end." "Not to witness," Bilbo replied, finding courage in desperation. "To prevent it." A sound like distant thunder rolled through the chamber, Vornathrix's version of laughter. "Prevent the inevitable. The armies gather. The corrupted circle tightens. The seal weakens with each passing day." "Corrupted circle?" Elwing stepped forward, her pendant glowing with sudden intensity. "You speak of wizards?" "Those who were sent to protect have themselves been turned," Vornathrix confirmed, steam issuing from his nostrils. "Not the grey, nor the brown, nor the white. They remain true, if blind to the deeper game. But others came before them, now forgotten by all save the most ancient records. They who once served now seek to release that which waits beyond." Bilbo's mind raced. "The armies don't know they're being manipulated. If we could reach King Dain, explain what's truly at stake." A tremendous boom echoed through the cavern, sending dust and small stones raining from above. "Too late," Vornathrix intoned. The assault begins." In that moment, as hope threatened to crumble like the ceiling above, Bilbo Baggins, burglar, scholar, and reluctant hero, made a decision that would once again alter the course of Middle-earth's history. Drawing Sting, which glowed with ethereal blue light in the presence of ancient power, he stepped toward the massive dragon. "Tell me what must be done," he said simply. "And I will do it." For Nathrix's ancient eyes studied the hobbit, seeming to peer into the very essence of his being. After what felt like an eternity, the dragon lowered his massive head in acknowledgement. Perhaps, he rumbled, the powers chose better than they knew. Story 4. Deep within the tangled heart of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets older than the kingdoms of men, a light burned that had never known darkness. Neither gold nor silver in hue, it danced with colors that had no names in any mortal tongue, echoes of the first dawn that had touched ardor at the beginning of all things. For millennia, it had burned, tended by unlikely guardians whose existence remained hidden from the chronicles of the wise. The message that had drawn Bilbo Baggins from his comfortable home in Bag End had been typically cryptic, written in Gandalf's distinctive hand. The eternal flame dims. The forgotten kin require the one who gave up what none could surrender. Come with haste. Tell no one. Accompanying the note was a small leaf-shaped brooch of copper and emerald that served as both key and compass to those who knew its secrets. Now, as Bilbo stood before the hidden entrance to Velindel, the secret settlement of woodland hobbits who had separated from their kin in ages past, he wondered if he had finally stumbled into an adventure beyond his capabilities. The years since his journey with Thorin Oakenshield had whitened his hair and creased his face, though the mithril shirt beneath his travel-worn jacket still fit perfectly. "State your purpose, outsider," came a voice from the seemingly solid rock face before him. Bilbo cleared his throat. "I am Bilbo Baggins of the Shire. I was summoned by Gandalf the Grey regarding the matter of the eternal flame." Silence followed. Then a sound like distant wind chimes. The rock face shimmered and dissolved, revealing a narrow passage illuminated by luminescent fungi that clung to the walls. A small figure stood at the entrance, hobbit in stature but unlike any hobbit Bilbo had ever encountered. Her skin was the warm brown of autumn leaves, her eyes the vivid green of spring buds, and her hair a cascade of copper that seemed to capture the dappled light of a forest canopy. "I am Celandine, first tender of the flame," she said, her voice carrying the musical lilt of those who had spent centuries among elven kind. "The Stormcrow has vouched for you, but the elders must determine if you are truly the bearer spoken of in the prophecies." "Prophecies?" Bilbo's brow furrowed. "I'm afraid Gandalf's message was rather short on details." A ghost of a smile touched Celandine's lips. "It often is." She led him through a series of passages that descended deep into the earth, each turn revealing new wonders. Crystal formations jutted from cavern walls, catching and refracting light in impossible patterns. Ancient tapestries depicted scenes from a history Bilbo had never learned. Hobbits fighting alongside elves in forgotten battles, a great exodus through shadowed forests, and always, at the center of each image, a flame held aloft by small hands. The passage eventually opened into a vast underground chamber where the roof had partially collapsed, allowing shafts of filtered sunlight to illuminate a settlement built harmoniously around the contours of the cavern. Dwellings reminiscent of Shire smiles, but adorned with elven flourishes nestled against the walls. Hanging gardens cascaded from terraced levels, their exotic blooms filling the air with heady fragrance. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais of white marble, and upon it burned the flame Bilbo had traveled so far to see. Even from a distance, the sight of it caught his breath. Unlike normal fire, it didn't flicker, but pulsed like a heartbeat, each throb sending waves of color rippling through the chamber. But Bilbo immediately understood Gandalf's concern. The flame had diminished to a mere fraction of what it clearly once was, now barely larger than a candle's light. A council of elderly hobbits awaited them at the dais, their faces grave. Among them stood a tall figure who was decidedly not a hobbit. an elf with features as sharp as a blade and eyes darker than midnight. Unlike the radiant presence Bilbo associated with elvenkind, this one seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, his silver hair the only brightness about him. "This is Thalarin," Celandine introduced him, once of Doriath, now friend to Velindel. The elf inclined his head slightly, but remained silent, his gaze evaluating Bilbo with unsettling intensity. The eldest of the council stepped forward, leaning heavily on a staff of twisted blackwood. "Untunaya Marigold Silverwater, elder speaker of Velindel. We have guarded the gift of Elbereth since before your Shire was founded, Bilbo Baggins. Now it fades, and with it, the protection it has provided these many ages." "I'm truly sorry to hear that," Bilbo replied carefully, "but I'm not sure how I can help. I know little of magic flames or ancient protections, yet you knew enough to voluntarily surrender the One Ring." Thalarin spoke for the first time, his voice like stone grinding against stone. Something even the wise found nearly impossible. Bilbo startled. "How could you possibly know about—" "The flames reveals truths," Marigold interrupted. "When you entered our domain, it showed us glimpses of your heart's trials. The prophecy speaks of one who would carry darkness but remain untainted, who would possess power beyond measure, yet choose to be powerless." The assembled elders murmured agreement, studying Bilbo with new respect and desperate hope. "What exactly does this prophecy expect of me?" Bilbo asked, a familiar mixture of reluctance and curiosity stirring within him, the same feelings that had propelled him out his door decades ago. Marigold gestured to the diminishing flame. The eternal flame was kindled by Elbereth herself at the dawn of the First Age, entrusted to our ancestors when they chose to separate from their kin. It has burned continuously for thousands of years, but now it fades. The prophecy states that when this occurs, the bearer must journey to Eregion, to the place of its first kindling, and renew it from the source. And where exactly is this source? Silence fell across the chamber. Finally, Thalarin spoke. That knowledge was lost when Eregion fell to Sauron's forces in the Second Age. All that remains are fragments of lore and rumors of a hidden valley where starlight pools like water even in daylight. Wonderful, Bilbo sighed. A quest for a mythical place that no one knows the location of. To restore a magical flame using methods no one remembers. Gandalf does have a talent for finding these sorts of problems. Despite his complaints, a familiar spark had ignited in Bilbo's chest. The thrill of mystery, the call of the unknown. He had thought those days behind him, yet here he stood on the threshold of another adventure. "I will try," he said simply, "though I make no promises of success." Dawn found Bilbo and Thalarin departing Velindel. The flame, now housed in an intricate lantern of mithril and crystal, secured carefully in Bilbo's pack. Celandine had explained that while diminished, the flame would not extinguish during their journey so long as it remained in the possession of the bearer. "The flame recognizes you," she had said with wonder, as it had briefly flared brighter at Bilbo's touch. "It has waited for you." As they traveled eastward through the darkened expanse of Mirkwood, Bilbo learned more about his silent companion. Thalarin had been a warrior of Doriath before its fall, one of the few survivors of the kinslaying that had shattered the great elven kingdom. When the sons of Feanor had attacked in their quest for the Silmaril, Thalarin had broken his oath to protect his king, fleeing instead of standing his ground. "And Ben, I have spent 3 ages attempting to atone for that moment of cowardice," he told Bilbo, during a rare moment of openness as they camped beneath the twisted boughs of ancient oaks. "And when I found the hidden folk of Velindel guarding Elbereth's flame, I pledged my service to them for as long as my immortal life should last." Everyone deserves a second chance, Bilbo replied, thinking of Thorin and how redemption had come to the Dwarf King only in his final moments. Thalorin's dark eyes reflected the glow of their small campfire. Some debts can never be repaid in full, Master Baggins. But perhaps this quest offers a partial payment. Their journey took them through perilous lands, long abandoned by civilized folk. In the dead marshes, they encountered the Servants of the Ring, spectral entities that had once been ring wraiths, but now existed in a half-state, untethered from both their master and the mortal realm. Without physical form, they manifested as disembodied voices that whispered terrible temptations and frigid presences that drained warmth and hope from all they touched. They sense the flame, Thalorin explained as they hurried through the mist-shrouded landscape, the lantern clutched tightly in Bilbo's arms. It represents everything they were denied: light, warmth, purpose beyond servitude. In the shadow of the misty mountains, they encountered a wounded griffin, majestic creature of eagle and lion parts, trapped beneath a fallen boulder. Despite Thalorin's warnings about the notoriously proud and dangerous beasts, Bilbo insisted they help. Working together, they freed the magnificent creature, who identified himself as Windclaw, last scion of the Eyrie of Silvertop Peak. "You have the gratitude of the Sky Hunters, small one," Windclaw declared, golden eyes studying Bilbo with keen intelligence. "I sense you carry a burden of great importance. Allow me to repay my debt by bearing you over the mountains." Thus did their journey accelerate, with Bilbo experiencing both terror and exhilaration as they soared above snow-capped peaks that would have taken weeks to traverse on foot. Thalorin rode stoically behind him, his millennia of experience insufficient preparation for a griffin's roller coaster flight patterns. Windclaw deposited them on the western borders of what had once been Eregion, now a hauntingly beautiful ruin of white stone and tenacious vegetation, reclaiming what had once been the greatest elven smithy realm of Middle-earth. Here, the rings of power had been forged by Celebrimbor under Sauron's deceptive guidance. Here, countless elves had perished when Sauron's true nature was revealed. "The flame grows stronger," Bilbo observed, as they made camp amidst the remnants of a once magnificent courtyard. The lantern pulsed with renewed vigor, its light casting long shadows across fallen columns and shattered fountains. "It remembers this place," Thalorin agreed. "We are close to the source." That night, as Thalorin kept watch, Bilbo dreamed of a woman more radiant than the sun who spoke in a voice like distant bells. "Follow the path of silver tears to where the sky touches earth. What was freely given can be renewed, but only through willing sacrifice." He awoke with the words still echoing in his mind, and a certainty about their path that hadn't existed before. "We must follow the old aqueducts," he told Thalorin. "They'll lead us to a valley where starlight pools like water." The elf raised an eyebrow, but didn't question Bilbo's sudden knowledge. They spent days tracing the crumbling remains of Erigion's water system, climbing higher into the foothills of the misty mountains until they discovered a hidden cleft in the rock face, barely wide enough for them to squeeze through. Beyond lay a sight that stole Bilbo's breath away. A perfectly circular valley surrounded by sheer cliffs that seemed to cup the sky itself. At its center lay a pool of liquid starlight, shimmering with cosmic energy despite the daylight hours. Ancient standing stones ringed the pool, each carved with runes that predated even elvish script. As they approached, the flame in Bilbo's lantern blazed suddenly brighter than it had since their journey began, its light reflecting off the pool in dazzling patterns. "We've found it," Thalorin whispered, awe replacing his usual stoicism. "The wellspring of Elbereth." But their moment of triumph was short-lived. A bone-chilling howl echoed through the valley as the air itself seemed to tear open. Through the rift stepped creatures that defied description, neither fully corporeal nor entirely spectral. They moved with jerking, unnatural motions that suggested bodies not designed for the physical world. The nameless ones, Thalarin breathed, drawing his sword with shaking hands. They were imprisoned beneath the foundations of Middle-earth at the beginning of days. The flame's seal must be weakening faster than we realized. Understanding dawned on Bilbo like a physical weight. The flame doesn't just provide light and warmth for Velindel, does it? It's a seal, a lock on a door that should never be opened. The greatest prison in Ardar, Thalarin confirmed grimly, and we carry the key. The creatures advanced, reality distorting around them like heat waves over desert sand. Thalarin placed himself between them and Bilbo, his ancient blade glowing with inner light as he prepared to make his final stand. "Run, bearer," he commanded. "Reach the pool. Complete our mission. I will buy what time I can." Bilbo hesitated only briefly before sprinting toward the starlight pool, the lantern clutched against his chest. Behind him, he heard the clash of Thalarin's sword against entities never meant to walk the physical world. At the pool's edge, Bilbo uncovered the lantern, allowing the diminished flame to fully see its birthplace. It responded instantly, stretching toward the liquid starlight like a living thing seeking its mother's embrace. The voice from his dream echoed in his mind, only through willing sacrifice. Understanding what was required, Bilbo took a deep breath. He thought of Bag End, of his books and maps, of his comfortable chair by the fire and his garden in spring bloom. He thought of Frodo, to whom he had bequeathed not just his home, but his future adventures. Most of all, he thought of the Shire, rolling green hills under blue skies, a place worth any sacrifice to protect. "I freely give what was freely given," he declared, plunging both hands and the flame into the pool of starlight. Light exploded outward in a silent nova, momentarily blinding him. When his vision cleared, Bilbo found himself still standing, the pool now empty of its cosmic liquid. In his hands burned the eternal flame restored to its full glory, a miniature sun that somehow didn't burn his flesh, despite its intensity. The rift through which the Nameless Ones had emerged collapsed upon itself, drawing the creatures back into their prison with unearthly shrieks of thwarted rage. The valley trembled, ancient stones shifting as the seal between worlds strengthened once more. Thalarin limped to Bilbo's side, bloodied but alive, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You succeeded. But how do you still stand?" "The sacrifice." Bilbo looked down at himself, noticing for the first time the subtle translucence of his hands. "I think," he said with a curious lack of fear, "that I gave exactly what was needed, neither more nor less." Together, they journeyed back to Velindel, where the restored flame was returned to its marble dais with great ceremony. As Bilbo had anticipated, his physical form continued to fade gradually, becoming more starlight than flesh with each passing day. "You're becoming like the flame itself," Celandine told him with tears in her eyes. "A guardian spirit, bound to Middle-earth but not of it." Bilbo smiled, feeling more peace than he had known in many years. "A fitting end for an old hobbit who never quite fit in anywhere, don't you think? Besides, I always wanted to see the stars up close." On the final night before his physical form would fade completely, Bilbo stood beneath the open sky above Velindel, his increasingly luminous form casting gentle light across the hidden valley. "I wonder," he mused to Thorin, who had become an unlikely friend, "if this is what Gandalf intended all along." The ancient elf inclined his head thoughtfully. "Perhaps. Or perhaps even the wise cannot see all ends. Either way, songs will be sung of Bilbo Flamebearer until the ending of the world." Bilbo laughed, the sound like distant wind chimes. "Well, that's something, isn't it? Though I do hope they get the details right." As dawn approached, Bilbo Baggins, burglar, author, ring-bearer, and now guardian of the eternal flame, raised his hands to the fading stars and became one with the light he had journeyed so far to save. Story 5. The mist came on Midsummer's Eve, creeping silently across the rolling hills of the Shire like ghostly fingers. Unlike the wholesome morning fogs that often blanketed Hobbiton before burning away under the cheerful sun, this vapor persisted. Dark and impenetrable, it coiled around trees and slithered beneath doorways, bringing with it an unnatural chill that settled deep in the bones and an oppressive silence that smothered even the merriest of hobbit songs. In Bag End, perched high on the hill overlooking what should have been the familiar patchwork of gardens and meadows, Bilbo Baggins stood at his round window with pipe forgotten in hand. The smoke from his old Toby hung motionless in the air, as if afraid to join the menacing murk outside. 60 years had passed since his adventure with Thorin Oakenshield's company, and while silver now threaded his once chestnut hair, the sharpness in his eyes remained undimmed by time. "This is no natural weather," he murmured, watching as the last visible lights of Hobbiton winked out one by one, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Behind him, a small fire cast dancing shadows across the study where ancient books lay open on his desk, volumes inherited from his mother, Belladonna Took, whose adventurous spirit had never quite been extinguished by respectable married life. For weeks now, Bilbo had been drawn to these texts, driven by dreams of shadow and flame that interrupted his sleep with increasing frequency. One particular tome had consumed his attention since the mist's arrival 3 days prior, the forgotten lineages of the Western realms, its pages yellowed and fragile, written in a mixture of Western and Elvish script that few hobbits could decipher. Bilbo's finger traced a family tree that connected the Took line to an ancient order known as the Istaratar, the Guardian Kindred. The last descendants of those who kept the 7 seals, he read aloud, are chosen to safeguard the realms of light against the shadow's return. A sharp knock at his door startled Bilbo from his contemplation, not the polite tapping of a hobbit caller, nor the familiar rhythmic pattern Gandalf had used on that fateful morning decades ago. This was urgent, heavy, almost desperate, caution warred with curiosity as Bilbo approached his front door. Through the peephole, he could make out a stocky figure wrapped in a sodden traveling cloak, the mist swirling around him like a living thing trying to reclaim an escaped prisoner. "Who comes to Bag End on such a night?" Bilbo called, one hand resting on Sting's hilt where the elvish blade hung by the door, a habit he had never abandoned despite years of peace. "One who knows what stalks the darkness," came the gruff reply, the voice unmistakably dwarven in its resonant depth. "One who brings warning of the abyssal flame's awakening." The mention of flame, so precisely echoing his dreams, compelled Bilbo to unlatch the door. Before him stood a dwarf, shorter than most of his kind, but broad as an oak, his dark beard streaked with silver and braided with beads of curious design. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to jaw, partially concealed by wet hair that clung to his face like seaweed. Most striking were his eyes, amber as honey in sunlight, yet harboring a haunted vigilance that spoke of horrors witnessed firsthand. "Dunir, son of Dwalin, at your service," the dwarf introduced himself with a bow that never let his gaze leave Bilbo's face. Though few would claim such service these days, recognition flickered in Bilbo's memory. Dunir, the exile of Erebor, the one they call traitor, thief, oathbreaker. Dunir's mouth twisted in a bitter smile. The titles grow more colorful with each telling. "May I enter, Master Baggins? The mist has eyes and ears that should not witness our conversation." Bilbo hesitated only briefly before stepping aside. Adventure, it seemed, had once again found its way to his doorstep, though this one came shrouded in foreboding rather than the promise of gold and glory. Once inside, Dunir shed his cloak to reveal armor of unusual design, lighter than traditional dwarven mail, with interlocking plates of a dark metal that seemed to swallow rather than reflect the firelight. Runes of protection adorned every edge, and at his hip hung an axe whose head was forged of the same light-drinking material. "Night steel," he explained, noting Bilbo's curious gaze. "Mined from the deepest shafts of Moria, where darkness has weight and substance. One of the few materials that can harm what now hunts us both." "And what exactly would that be?" Bilbo asked, though a cold certainty had already settled in his heart. Dunir's eyes fixed on the book still open on Bilbo's desk. "You already suspect, Guardian. The seals are failing. The Balrog of Forodwaith stirs beneath the northern waste, and its dreams seep into our world as mist and shadow." "Guardian." Bilbo's brow furrowed. "I'm just a hobbit, admittedly one who's had unusual adventures, but you are the last of the Istaritar bloodline," Dunir interrupted, approaching the ancient text and pointing to the final name in the genealogy. "Belladonna took, your mother, knew not her heritage, nor the burden meant to pass to her children. But the bloodline recognized you, even if you did not recognize it." The dwarf reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew an object that caught the firelight like a captured star. A pendant of silver filigree surrounding a crystal that shimmered with inner radiance, hanging from a chain of impossibly fine links. "The amulet of Elamira," Dunir said solemnly. "The star chaser. For 3 decades I have guarded it, awaiting the sign that would lead me to the last Guardian. When the mist began to gather in the north, I knew the time had come." Bilbo stared at the amulet, mesmerized by the way the light within it pulsed in perfect rhythm with his heartbeat. "What does it do?" "It does not banish darkness," Dunir explained. "Rather, it reveals paths hidden by shadow. The way to Valinnuil, the Valley of Whispers, where the last of the blue wizards dwells in seclusion." "Blue wizards? I thought them merely legends, eastern wanderers lost to time." Dunir's expression grew grave. "One remains, Palando the Steadfast, keeper of the ancient binding magics that might renew the seals before the Balrog fully awakens. Without his knowledge, Middle-earth faces a threat greater than even Sauron's dominion." A log cracked in the fireplace, sending sparks dancing upward. In that momentary flare, Bilbo saw not his comfortable study, but a vision of flame and darkness spreading across the peaceful Shire, consuming everything he had ever loved. The decision formed in his heart before his mind could raise objections. "Oh, how soon must we leave?" he asked, already mentally cataloguing what would be needed for such a journey. Surprise flickered across Dunir's weathered face, quickly replaced by grim approval. "You accept your role readily, Guardian." "I accept nothing except the need to protect my home," Bilbo corrected him. "If this mist threatens the Shire, then I shall do whatever necessary to dispel it. Titles and bloodlines matter far less than the simple fact that I cannot sit idle while darkness encroaches on my doorstep." A genuine smile, perhaps the first in many years, briefly transformed Dunir's stern countenance. "Gandalf spoke truly of your character. We depart at first light, following the hidden ways through the misty mountains. The journey to Valinnuil is perilous in the best of times. With the shadow rising," he left the implication unspoken. Dawn found no purchase in the shrouded Shire. What should have been sunrise manifested only as a marginally lighter quality to the oppressive mist. Bilbo stood at his garden gate, garbed in traveling clothes worn soft with age, but still serviceable. Sting hung at his hip, its weight both familiar and strange after so many years of peaceful retirement. The mithril shirt gifted by Thorin lay cool against his skin beneath his waistcoat, and his old pack, freshly provisioned, rested by his feet. Dunir approached from the road, leading two ponies whose nervous snorts punctuated the unnatural silence. "The mist thickens to the north," he reported. "We must make haste." "Just one moment more," Bilbo requested, turning back toward Bag End's familiar green door. He had left everything in order: the deed to Frodo, instructions for the maintenance of the garden, his nearly completed manuscript of There and Back Again laid out on his desk with notes for completion should he not return. Yet standing there, enveloped in the clinging mist that seemed reluctant to release him, Bilbo was struck by the certainty that he looked upon his beloved home for the last time. "The road goes ever on and on," he murmured, the old walking song rising unbidden to his lips. With a final nod of farewell, he turned and joined Dunir on the path that would lead them away from the Shire's gentle hills toward the towering misty mountains, stark and forbidding even when veiled by unnatural fog. They traveled in silence for the first miles, the only sounds the soft plodding of pony hooves on dirt paths and the occasional distant cry of a bird, strangely distorted by the muffling mist. As they passed beyond Hobbiton's borders, Bilbo noticed how the vegetation changed subtly. Leaves curled inward as if flinching from toxic air. Flowers closed their petals despite the hour. Even the sturdy oaks seemed to hunch their shoulders against an invisible assault. "The mist doesn't just obscure, it corrupts," he observed, touching a blackened patch on a formerly healthy hedgerow. Dunir nodded grimly. "The Balrog's essence seeps through weakened seals, tainting all it touches. Living things sense the wrongness, even when they cannot name its source." "How did you become involved in all this?" Bilbo asked as they navigated around the increasingly warped landscape. "The tales I heard spoke only of treasure stolen from Erebor's vaults." A bitter laugh escaped the dwarf. "A convenient explanation for those who fear darker truths. I took nothing except the amulet, which was never Erebor's to claim in the first place. It was entrusted to my grandfather by Tharkun, Gandalf, as you know him, after the Battle of 5 Armies. For safekeeping, for finding you when the time came." Dunir's amber eyes fixed on Bilbo with newfound respect. The wizard foresaw this day, though even he could not divine all details. He knew only that the bloodline of the Astaratar ran through the Shire, and that when Shadow returned, a hobbit would stand against it. They crested a hill, and before them stretched a valley transformed by the mist's malevolence. What should have been a patchwork of farms and meadows now resembled a landscape from nightmare. Twisted trees reaching with gnarled branches like supplicants begging for mercy. Fields of crops blackened and withered. A stream whose waters ran thick and dark as tar. "Illusion," Dunir said firmly, noting Bilbo's horrified expression. "Odil, the mist, distorts perception, showing the world not as it is, but as it would become should the Balrog fully awaken." Bilbo's hand moved unconsciously to his chest, where the amulet of Elimira now hung beneath his clothes. Though separated by layers of fabric, he felt its warmth pulse against his skin in counterpoint to the surrounding chill. "How do we know what's real?" he whispered. In answer, Dunir reached across and drew the amulet from beneath Bilbo's collar. The moment the crystal emerged into open air, it flared with brilliant white light that cut through the mist like a blade. Where its radiance touched, the nightmarish landscape fell away like tattered cloth, revealing the familiar, wholesome countryside beneath. "The Star Chaser reveals truth in darkness," Dunir explained. "This is why the Guardian must bear it, to find paths hidden by deception and fear." As if in response to this challenge, the mist around them thickened and churned with sudden malevolence. Formless shapes coalesced within the vaporous mass, suggestions of claws, teeth and eyes that vanished when directly observed, yet remained persistent in peripheral vision. "We've been noticed," Dernier warned, his hand moving to the night-steel axe at his belt. "The journey grows more perilous from here. The Shadow Mountains harbor ancient evils beyond the mist's illusions, and the path to Valinnual threads between realms where few mortals safely tread." Bilbo felt a familiar sensation stirring in his chest. Part fear, part exhilaration, the feeling that had carried him through trolls and spiders, riddles in the dark and barrels on rushing rivers. His hand closed around the amulet, drawing strength from its unwavering light. "Then we shall need a proper guide," he declared with more confidence than he felt. "And it seems I've been chosen for the task, ready or not." The mist parted reluctantly before the amulet's glow, revealing a path eastward that shimmered like a thread of silver in moonlight, a true way through false shadows, the first step toward the Valley of Whispers, and the wisdom that might yet save the world from abyssal flame. "Lead on, Guardian," Dernier said, inclining his head in a gesture of trust that carried the weight of mountains. "The fate of more than the Shire now rests in hobbit hands." With a deep breath that tasted of home and hearth, courage and consequence, Bilbo Baggins stepped forward once more into adventure, this time not for treasure or glory, but for the light that keeps darkness at bay and the hope that endures when all other flames gutter and fail. Story 6. The Star of Eärendil had always been a beacon of hope for the people of Middle-earth, a celestial promise that even in the darkest nights, light would endure. But as autumn leaves drifted across the rolling hills of the Shire, whispers spread among the elder hobbits. The beloved evening star was fading, its once brilliant radiance now a mere flicker in the deepening twilight sky. Lady Marigold Took sat alone on her garden bench, her weathered hands trembling as she gazed skyward. At 93, she was considered ancient even by hobbit standards, her once copper curls now white as the winter's first snow. The other hobbits dismissed her concerns about the dimming star as the fancies of an old woman, but Marigold knew better. The darkness creeping across the heavens was the same that haunted her dreams, a shadow stretching forth from the ruins of what was once Mordor, where the bones of ancient evil still whispered beneath the earth. "The time has come, Marigold Took of the Shire," a familiar voice had told her in last night's dream. Though she hadn't seen Gandalf the White in over 70 years, his voice remained unmistakable, like thunder rolling across distant mountains. The Order of the Twilight Guardians must be reborn before the last light fades. Morning brought no comfort, as Marigold penned 4 letters, her quill scratching decisively across parchment. By midday, her reluctant hands had sealed each with wax pressed by her family's ancient ring. She summoned her most trusted messenger, her own grandson, young Frodo Greenfield. "Deliver these without delay," she instructed, pressing the letters into his hands. "And pack your traveling cloak. When you return, our journey begins." Frodo's eyes widened. At 17, he had never ventured beyond Bree. "Journey, grandmother? Where could we possibly—" "To meet the Guardians," she interrupted, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And to save what remains of the light." 3 weeks later, as autumn's grip tightened across the land, they gathered in the ruins of an ancient watchtower on the Weather Hills. 5 figures huddled around a small fire whose flames danced against stone walls etched with symbols of a forgotten age. Prince Thorin IV of the Lonely Mountain stood with his arms crossed, his indigo cloak sweeping the ground, his beard intricately braided with silver clasps bearing the insignia of Durin's line. His deep-set eyes reflected the firelight as he studied the others with undisguised skepticism. "I came out of respect for my ancestors," he declared, his voice echoing against the ancient stones. But this talk of fading stars and gathering darkness sounds like hobbit fairy tales. No offense intended, Lady Took." Marigold merely smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The most important tales often sound the least believable." Young prince. Beside her stood Aranel, a woodland elf from the forests once called Mirkwood. She had not spoken a single word since her arrival, her silver blonde hair cascading over shoulders draped in a cloak the color of spring leaves. Her silence spoke volumes. Elves rarely involved themselves in the affairs of other races unless the matter was grave indeed. The fifth member of their gathering kept his distance, leaning against a crumbling archway. Arathorn wore the weathered garb of a ranger, his dark hair streaked with premature silver, his stern face partially hidden behind a short beard. Only Marigold knew the truth of his lineage. That royal blood of Gondor flowed through his veins, though he had chosen the solitary path of his northern kinsman rather than claim his heritage. "You have all come because something inside you answered the call," Marigold began, her voice stronger than her small frame suggested. Before Gandalf departed for the Undying Lands, he established a secret order, the Guardians of Twilight, entrusted with knowledge of 7 crystals scattered across Middle-earth. She drew from her pocket a small velvet pouch and carefully emptied its contents into her palm. A crystal no larger than an acorn glimmered there, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to push back the shadows. "This is a fragment of light, a crystal imbued with the essence of Valinor's radiance. There are 6 others. For centuries they have remained hidden, protected by chosen guardians, but now, as Erendil's light wanes, they must be gathered once more." Frodo leaned forward, mesmerized by the crystal's glow. "What happens when all 7 are brought together? That," Marigold sighed, "is what we must discover." Their journey began at dawn, leading them first to the ancient ruins of Fornost, where whispers of wraiths stirred in forgotten chambers beneath the earth. Among toppled columns and overgrown courtyards, they discovered ancient texts that spoke of the fragments, creation, how they were forged during the First Age from tears shed by the Valar for Middle-earth's sorrows. In the Blue Mountains, they recovered the second fragment from a hidden shrine guarded by ancient dwarven mechanisms that nearly claimed Arathorn's life. The third they found amidst the roots of a talking willow in the old forest, where Aranel finally broke her silence to sing an enchantment that soothed the ancient tree's anger. With each fragment recovered, the shadows pursuing them grew darker. The servants of Twilight, robed cultists with eyes gleaming like polished obsidian, ambushed them on desolate roads and in abandoned villages. These devotees believed the fading of Erendil heralded the return of powers older than Sauron himself, entities that had slumbered since the reshaping of the world. "They worship what they cannot understand," Thorin growled, after they narrowly escaped an ambush near the ruins of Tharbad. A cut above his eye dripped blood into his beard as he clutched his axe. "My fools chasing shadows. Perhaps," Arathorn replied quietly, cleaning his blade, "we chase something equally unknowable. It was in the silent archives beneath Minas Tirith that the true purpose of their quest unraveled before them." While the others slept, Marigold discovered ancient scrolls written in Gandalf's hand, chronicling the Order's founding and its greatest mistake. The Guardians were not formed to prevent the Twilight," she revealed to her companions the next morning, her voice heavy with the weight of discovery. "They were formed to ensure what comes after." Aranel stepped forward, her grace undiminished by weeks of travel. "The stars must sometimes fade before new constellations can emerge," she said softly. "This twilight was foretold since the breaking of the first music." "You mean "We're not trying to restore Arundel's light," Frodo asked, confusion etched across his young face. "The fragment's purpose is not to preserve what was, but to seed what must be," Marigold explained. The original Guardians attempted to use the fragments to maintain the old order, to prevent change, and in doing so, they nearly unmade the fabric of Middle-earth itself. Their final destination brought them to Amon Sul, Weathertop, where the boundaries between worlds had always been thinnest. The remaining fragments awaited them in a chamber deep beneath the ancient watchtower, protected by enchantments that recognized only the bloodlines of the original Guardians. As they assembled the 7 crystals in a circle upon the stone altar, the servants of twilight descended upon them in force, led by a figure whose face remained hidden beneath layers of midnight silk. "You cannot stop what has been ordained," the leader hissed, voice like dry leaves rustling across stone. "The old powers stir in the void. The twilight heralds their return." "We do not seek to stop the twilight," Marigold replied calmly, even as Thorin and Arathorn drew their weapons to hold back the advancing cultists. "We seek to welcome the dawn that must follow." The ensuing battle raged through the ancient chambers as Marigold, Frodo, and Aranel completed the ritual of awakening. As the final fragment took its place, the crystal's light swelled until it eclipsed the torches and filled the chamber with radiance bright as noon. In that moment of blinding clarity, Marigold understood what Gandalf had known all along, that the fading of Arundel was not an ending, but a transition. Every age of Middle-earth had concluded with transformation, making way for new wonders and new challenges. The fragments were not meant to preserve the light of the past, but to carry its essence forward into whatever age would follow. As the light from the fragments pulsed outward in concentric waves, the servants of twilight fled screaming into the shadows. The crystals rose from the altar, spinning in a constellation of their own making before dissolving into motes of light that scattered like seeds on an invisible wind. "What happened?" Frodo gasped as darkness returned, now softened by a gentle luminescence that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves. Did we fail?" Marigold smiled, placing a gentle hand on her grandson's shoulder. "No, dear heart, we succeeded perfectly. The fragments have released their light back into Middle-earth itself, not in the sky, but in the land and waters, in the trees and stones." She gestured around them, where tiny points of light had begun to glimmer within the ancient walls like stars trapped in stone. "Dad, the twilight will come," Aranel said, her voice melodious in the glimmering chamber, "but now the darkness that follows will never be complete." As they emerged from the ruins, they found Arendel's light dimmer still against the evening sky. Yet below, across the rolling hills and distant forests, pinpricks of light had begun to appear, tiny beacons glowing from within the fabric of Middle-earth itself. "Gandalf once told me," Marigold said softly, "that the most important light is not that which shines from above, but that which we keep kindled within." Thorin's laugh rumbled like distant thunder. "I never thought I'd see the day when a hobbit's wisdom would outshine an elven light." Arathorn smiled for the first time since their journey began. Perhaps that's the first lesson of the new age. As they descended from Weathertop, the 5 companions walked not as strangers bound by ancient duty, but as friends united by something stronger than the coming night, the promise that even in twilight, light endures, transformed but undiminished, waiting for those with the courage to carry it forward. Frodo looked back once at the glimmering ruins. "What happens now, grandmother?" Marigold took his hand, her ancient eyes bright with purpose. "Now, my dear boy, we become the storytellers. For what is a guardian of twilight, if not one who remembers the light that was, and teaches others to find the light that remains?" Together, they walked toward whatever future awaited, their path illuminated not by the fading star above, but by the countless tiny lights now awakening throughout Middle-earth, a constellation of hope written not in distant skies, but in the very ground beneath their feet.